Holy cow, it's already showtime. I was messing around, didn't realize it was time to go. Hang on. Let me know something real quick. Uh Let me know if how's the audio sound, because I've got my last week was my birthday, and my brother came over and he bought me a mic. Apparently it is like the best mic for people do podcasts and stuff. So I just kind of plugged it all in and going with it. So hopefully it works. Sweet. What's up, Lupin? Oh, thanks, Natalie. Hey, Lupin, you made the comment the other day when I was talking about trying to figure out how to doing those 45-degree walls or whatever on that facade. Talking about nut bolts and wing nuts and stuff, which is funny. I'm using bolts, not wing nuts this time, but standard nuts because it was just cheaper or whatever. That's how everything went together last year for all the pieces, and that's how the other big pieces are going together. But I never thought about the 45s going in like that, and I was able to. So I went ahead after you talked about that, and I tested that a little bit and drilled through from the outside at an angle into that other one, and was able to get one of those bolts through there and kind of tighten it up. So that will work. It's a little precarious, but it'll work. So anyway, I just want to let you know that your comment didn't go to waste, bro. Oh yeah, dude, email it to me. I'm always interested. All right, tonight we're just I've got so much going on, right? I'm trying to get these pumpkins done before Halloween time. We got the facade going on. Got other videos in the work or whatever. So Monday Night Lives for now in this busy season is just going to be me working on these other projects, just trying to get caught up, or I guess caught up, right? Me working on these projects while I got so much other stuff going on. So anyway, that's what we're doing. I'm going to, hey, Rosani, how are you? Glad to see that you're here. And if no one knows, Rosani's got a YouTube channel herself. She's got some pretty interesting little videos on there, shorts and stuff. She makes some pretty cool little things. I was checking out a little further today. I want to deep dive. I'm probably going to deep dive when I get some time, and probably just watch all your stuff kind of all at once. I'm just busy right now. I don't have time to sit in front of the computer or the table at the moment and work and catch up on all that stuff. Still need to get 2 cameras going on, but whatever. We're getting there slowly but surely. I gotta make some more freaking money is what's gotta happen, man. It's been my real job's been so slow, it's been scary. Hey, quit falling off of there. Can you hear that? I'm knocking glue sticks down everywhere. BB Brown, how are you? This is the first time I've seen BB Brown in here in chat. BB Brown 0518. Nice to see you tonight. Lupin, I'll definitely check it out later on, dude. I'm always down for ideas that'll help out for sure. It's raining tonight though, man. Today was such a Hey, Halloween wasn't built in a day. That's correct. Today, I don't know about you guys, where you guys are at, but man, it was like mid 60s today. I think it got low 70s. It was just gory. I mean, it felt like fall was amazing. So, I mean, that was awesome. Wasn't awesome that I didn't have any service calls, so I didn't make any money. That stuff's getting tight. But that did lend me to be able to I worked on the facade all day long until a while back, getting ready for this stuff tonight. So I was able to catch up on some of that stuff, but I didn't make no money. Awesome, good. I'm glad. I am glad, Mr. Brown, that you enjoy, or Miss Brown. I don't know. It's just BB, so I can't tell. I don't. Excuse. I'm sorry. I'm glad you enjoy the builds. You might not enjoy the lives as much as the builds and the edited stuff. But in the lives, it's kind of fun. There's a core group that shows up here. Everybody kind of chats, has a good time. And if you're new to the live, and you're new to mache and all this stuff, or you just found my channel or whatever, nights like tonight, where I'm just all I'm gonna I got to layer some of this up with some mache with some more strip mache before I do clay. I almost just put clay on it, but I decided not to. Anyway, since I'm just going to be working on this stuff, any of you guys that have just found the channel or you're new to this stuff or whatever it is, if you have questions now during this time is the time, ask away, right? Because I'm going to be here for a good 2-3 hours doing this junk. Get caught up on this stuff. I don't have anything. I'm not really trying to teach on this. My stem fell over. So if you have questions, ask, and I will answer as well as I can. What's up, Keith? Hey, dude, I just watched your video. You went to, where was that? Place that we don't have around here. It's kind of like Walmart or whatever. You just posted like 45 minutes ago or an hour ago. Just watched that, and then I just saw Lloyd just put a video of, well, I don't know if he just put one up, but Lloyd put a video up of Lowe's. You know, I haven't walked into Lowe's at all this year to see their Halloween, as if I'm going to buy anything, but I like to go window shopping, but I haven't even walked in over there to see if they got anything. Lupin just getting down in the high 80s there. Where are you at? Again, and forgive me. Everybody has to forgive me because some of you guys, I kind of remember where you're at. Some of you don't. It was beautiful here today. Beautiful here. It's a nice day to build. It would have been nice to have been working and making some money though. BB Brown's in South Carolina and Lupin's in North Carolina. Look at that. And we got some feuding states right there, man. No, Keith, I am not starting the Alien Queen at all. Not right now. He's sitting over there for now. I got to build him a shelf. Yeah, so I need to put a shelf over there. He'll get up there, and some of this other stuff will get up there. But someone hit me up. I can't remember who it was. They missed the paint on that thing. So they were telling me I needed to do, after doing 2,000 hours of lives, to do that. I didn't even do a YouTube deal presenting finished products. So I never even thought about that. So I'll probably do that request. I'll probably build a YouTube video to show that thing off on the end. Oh, but I'll show you guys this stuff. I don't know if I showed off last week. Patrons, we did a live class a couple weeks ago. Made these little tabletop reapers out of a beer bottle. They're fun. Fun, fast, and easy. And if you were a crafter going to craft shows, you could probably sell those things for, I don't know, 15, 20 bucks, whatever. Probably, I would say so. I think. Hey, Berlina, how are you? Lots of East Coasters over there. Yeah, our heat is officially gone. Dude, Lloyd, that's great. You got to like that. What? That's amazing. Is she even on here tonight? I don't see her. Okay. I just got I got sent some funds, which is awesome. She's not on here tonight. I'm pretty sure that it's Christine, and she goes by I can't think of. Hang on, guys. Sorry, hold on. Okay, how do I do that? Hang on. Wow. So now I've got to find. I just got a donation. That's amazing. But I got to complete this anyway. Hang on. Hold on. That just threw me completely off on this whole deal. Holy cow! What's going on? Okay, noob. Located in Oregon. All right. Yeah, cool. I'm glad you're here. Jump in, jump out, come in, come back. That stuff's great. Keith says when I left work this morning, it was 55 degrees. Just work to you, man. You gotta love the cooler weather, dude. I'm absolutely loving it. Loving it. I just lost everything in chat. Hang on. Rosaline had someone knocking at the door. Okay, 55 degrees. There we go. I wrote that. Keith, at least $20. That works about. Yeah. For the Reaper, yeah, I think you get $20 out of those things. Beat Brown, there is a build video on one I did like 6 years ago called the Rum Reaper. If you look it up, you can find it there. I didn't do a build video on that one in particular because I just did a live class with those guys because they're donating some money or whatever. So I'm trying to help. I appreciate everybody's views everywhere, but people that are like on Patreon and whatever and stuff, I'm trying to do extra for some of that. So it's hard for me to balance everything, but you all mean the world to me just coming in here and watching. All right. I want to tear up. Jeez Louise. Yeah, Lupin, there was a lot of work in that pumpkin head. Oh my gosh. So yeah, we'll give him some YouTube love. Charismatic, yes, thank you, Keith. That's correct. Okay. Yeah, I am frazzled at the moment. Okay, hang on. I've got to go get something real quick to complete this. That's just totally blown me away. And then once I get this completed, then we'll get back to this. So just 1 second. Okay. All right, I'm back. You're gonna watch me mache in a minute, I promise. God for the cabinets. Lloyd, I'm working on pumpkin some more. Yes, the pumpkin horde. I got so many. Yeah, I am wearing flip flops, Keith. You're absolutely correct, dude. This floor in here, when I redid it, it's just concrete, and I didn't put any flooring down because of the fact that this craft room, Carrie's got her stuff over there, and then I'm always doing stuff. And if you just walk on it barefoot, it feels gross on your feet. So put the old flip flops on for when I'm down here. And I try to keep. We got some carpet upstairs. The carpet's not the best. Well, it used to be pretty nice, but it's pretty old now, and dogs and stuff, and cats, and Carrie's shampooed it so many times, and so she requested no shoes in the house. So I try to always do no shoes in the house. But then when I come down here, I throw flip flops on so I can not get stuff all over my feet. And if I wore socks, it would be pointless because they get all dirty, and then I wear those socks upstairs, and then might as well be wearing shoes in the house. Okay, hold on. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm gotta do this real quick. Oh, and besides Lupin said, anybody else? Sound quality, is it better? Birthday was last week, and my brother bought a mic for me. To get this all done, so we have some better audio quality. All right, where are we at? No way, no alien queen, no alien queen. Okay, awesome. Good. I'm good. I was trying to figure this thing out, so I got to check this too. I'm sorry, guys. That just threw me through a loop. All right. If it'll. Okay. All right. All right. Holy cow. If it goes through, we'll worry about it later. All right. Back to you guys. Sorry, guys. That was super awesome. Super. Oh, Drax here. Nice. What's up? thank you, Rosaline, for the happy birthday wishes. Uh, Appreciate that. This is so far from Alien Queenie nee. That's not happening. I've got so much stuff between the facade and everything else, and trying to knock all these pumpkins out and all this other junk. It I couldn't even think about a project like an alien queen. There's just no way. All right, so I bought some of that craft. This is a brown craft paper. Never really played with it before, but this stuff, I don't know. There's got to be a different brand or something, because this is kind of, I want to say, waxy a little bit. So I don't know how well it's going to do. I will know after tonight, because I'm going to give it the old college try. See how it goes. The pumpkin booty idea. What did I miss? Start making that. There we go, Lupin. When we hit $10,000, I'll I'll make the alien queen. Keith says Lloyd can throw in the first $9,999. That would be a fun build, but my gosh, there's a lot of detail on that thing too. The pumpkin head was a boatload of detail, man. I mean, that thing. Honestly, I could have stayed on that thing another 3 or 4 weeks, just adding more detail to it. But we had already gone. Like, I swear, I haven't gone back and looked at those lives, but I swear we were a good 2.5 months. Dead end, bro. Lloyd says, "Here's $5. It's not quite 9,999, but here's $5," and I appreciate that. It's as far as the like the facade and all that stuff that's going on this year, that's directly related to all this stuff, the patrons and the funding through here. I haven't got the fundings through here yet. YouTube pays out kind of weird, but without actual your guys' support, actual, I guess, crowdfunding support, the whole facade deal would not have even happened this year at all. And I am greatly appreciative of all of that. I don't take that stuff for granted, fellas. Yeah. Lloyd's donation gets us pumpkin work. That's where we're at. But I gotta get these things done too. I want these done before Halloween. I don't want to. I'm kind of pushing these kind of fast. I don't really want to push these kind of fast because I'm going to take one of these. One of these is going to be a giveaway, and I'd like to. I can't even say that. I would like to. I would like to do a giveaway and do a pumpkin giveaway before Halloween. I just don't know if I can pull that off. With everything else that's going on. Like tonight, I debated tonight. I almost just started this and put clay on it. And but then I knew I needed to. I always strip mache, like what you just saw. I strip mache my stems into my pumpkins. I don't glue them on afterwards. Because if you're anything like me, when I'm grabbing my pumpkins, I'm grabbing them by the stem all the time when I'm moving them. And I don't worry about them. Or at least I don't sit around and think about it enough to worry about breaking a stem off. So I have to build these things to withstand me not being nice to them and moving them around. Keith with the super chat of $10. Hey, dude, I appreciate that. I mean, I can't listen. My hands are sticky. You guys don't understand how much I appreciate that type of stuff. It means a lot to this old man. What did Christine say? Now my hands are sticky and I can't. Can I do it like this? Let's do it like this. She's super nice. Super nice. We got a good, you know what? There's a good group. You guys, we got a good group of even Monday night, just you guys sitting around talking and being here and whatever. It's a good group of people. And I'm glad you're all here. 1,000 pennies. But I can't squint my eyes that hard to make that say it's worth building an alien queen over. Hey, Zendo, I'll never be able to pronounce that. But dude, nice to see you on the live, man. Zeno Zagonstu is a regular on the channel. He's always commenting. He's always around. He's always watching. I don't know if he always sees the lives during the lives, but he's usually watching the lives afterwards, fellas. So he's usually around. So say hi, welcome, whatever. Yeah, Rosani, man, I totally agree. I'm watching Aaron Rodgers get injured at the same time. Right? Yeah, it's Monday night. There's Monday Night Football going on too, isn't there? Oh, and all you guys that I was talking up Rosani's channel earlier. I saw she put a short out. She's got these little pumpkin stems. I don't know. Do you make those, Rosani? Anyway, there's a little deal. She got some pretty cool little pumpkin stems that go on some small little pumpkins, and I think she makes them. I think she makes them so you can buy them and then glue them to your project if you're making them. I think I might be overstepping That's what I thought was going on. But they're super cool looking. And if that's the case, I'm going to have to help spread some love in the next few weeks when the old account gets a little bit higher and grab a couple. Kyle Keith says Lloyd can sculpt an alien queen. He just needs about 200 pounds of clay and 400 pounds of ultracal, right? All right, I thought you made those. Now, do you sell them too, Rosani? Yeah, like I said, you guys should all go. If you haven't found her channel, go find her channel. She got some neat stuff on there. It's not all Halloween related, but she's got some cool mache related stuff on there. Oh, dude, keep those fetus skulls are cool looking. Just saying, bro. I think those are pretty tough. I kind of dig this brown craft paper stuff. It's so funny since the first time I've ever really worked with it. I bought this like a year ago. And the only reason this is the only first time I've ever worked with it is because I had to actually buy it. Because everything else is always newspapers, right? Because I had a lot of people that just saved newspapers for me, and they just bring me boxes of newspapers. That's kind of going away, though. There's not a lot of newsprint around anymore. I don't have my normal newspaper delivery anymore. Zeno, it's can't remember where I bought it. I bought it a couple of years ago. It's this Jot Mag. It's called Craft Paper Roll. I probably paid too much for it. I just saw it. That'd be fun to play with and experiment. The whole point was to experiment with it for a strength test. And it's been sitting here forever, and I haven't messed with it yet. And so tonight, I just thought I would play with it while I was doing this and just see how it reacted. You get past all this craziness of Halloween, and I'm going to do some testing between papers and different mache recipes and all that, because everybody's always asking these questions like, what's the best paper mache recipe, or what's the right recipe to use? And I can't really say that there is a best, because as long as you can, in this world, as long as you can take whatever's in your head and actually turn it into something using whatever supplies you got, and as far as I'm concerned, that worked. And whatever recipe that was good. I know some people don't like to hear that. When they ask me questions, they want a more definite answer. But there's just not. Well, let's just put that patch right there since it wanted to go there. And this, I'm not even worried about. Like, I tore these, but I didn't tear off all the factory edges because I don't care. I'm throwing clay over this whole thing, so it doesn't matter. I don't have to worry about the factory edges. Ever since I started doing pumpkins a long time ago, I never, like, some people just use clay to like build up, mache clay to build up like eye ridges and things like that, or some of those details or whatever. I completely covered my pumpkins in clay. Always have. And I've always gone super thick too. I've got that question a lot. How thick or thin you should go, and that's the fun. You know what? Because I played with some actual air dry clays versus mache clay, and I can tell you this much: those air dry clays, those things crack out so bad, and when they crack, those air dry clays are a problem when they crack, and they crack bad. But mache clay, it'll crack, but it doesn't crack as bad as those air dry clays do when you go too thick. And all you have to do is just jam a little mache clay right back in the crack and it just goes away. So it's just a different creature. B Brown, yes, this is the first pumpkin that I've used this paper on ever in my 20 years of doing mache. I have never messed with this paper ever. So you guys are seeing a complete first for me. And I'm about to cover a bunch of pumpkins with this stuff. Yes, it needs to. Where are we at, Rosani? Twins, nice. Remember how I got a roll of tissue paper from Craft Paper? Used to work like at Lowe's, okay. Post office and the university near me always dump all kinds of newspaper. Oh, dude, that'd be sweet. Just to grab newspaper like that. Spooky season's here. Oh, dude, you sold 5 masks. Awesome, Lloyd. Sweet. Yeah. Rosanna, I've turned some of these around before and let them out as and got the hid the faces and put them up as Thanksgiving decorations before. Yeah, Lupin, like Rosanna said, you got to get this paper, and like it's hard laying down. It really has to soak this stuff up for it to lay down. Yeah, dude, Lupin, mache clay takes a repair way better than air dry clays do. I only say that because my brother had bought a bunch of air dry clay for his daughter. They were doing some projects. He bought like a bunch. He's got plenty of money. And then they didn't hardly use any of it, so he hit me up and asked me if I wanted it. And I'm not gonna turn down something like that. So he brought it over to me, and I made one little pumpkin with it that I want to make a silicone mold out of it. But yeah, it cracked out pretty good, and it was hard to deal with. So once that happened, I was like, man, I don't know if I like this stuff. I think I like my good old fashioned paper clay better than I like this. I mean, to carve in it was awesome, right? So carving and getting details and stuff, that was great. But the drying side, when it freaking uh, cracks out like that, that's a pain in the butt. So yeah, I guess the best though, I'll have to go back to. I got to go back to, especially for homemade clays, the wood clay. I need to get some more sawdust because the wood clay, still by far, for any homemade clays that I've ever done, that is the superior product because it dries hard. Seems like it lasts forever. It's super easy to sculpt and cut through. It's just awesome. I love it. I need to do more of it. Keith's never done a decent Leroy. They're all jerks. Someone helped Lloyd make a paper clay kitty. Oh, man, I'm so lost in chat. Wow. Zeno said, I saw a video of Sylvie Studio using pool noodles to make a spider. Yeah, pool noodles are fun, man. You can heat those things together and kind of glue to each other. I used pool noodles when I did my big pumpkin dragon head, but I had a base underneath of it. I just skinned it with a pool noodle, cut in half. Zeno says I had some Crayola air dry clay 5 years ago and I hated it. Cracked and crumbled really bad. So I abandoned it for sculpting stuff. Make teeth. Maybe they changed the formula. Spider this year. Don't remember the dragon head. Ha! You remember the destruction too? I posted pictures somewhere. Somewhere I have pictures of that thing on fire. And I need to find those pictures again with it on fire so I can do like a YouTube short or a TikTok or something. With that, I don't think that's going to go through. Oh, cool. Okay. It did go through. All right. All right. What's going on? I'm sorry, guys. I'm lost again. My wife is so pretty. She sent me a text. Anyway, yeah, charismatic just blew me away. Now I can't even think. She's a patron too, and she just donated more funds to the cause, and which is for that facade, which is just blows me away. All your guys, everybody's generosity blows me away. Keith and Lloyd, you two are always on here, you know, dropping super chats of $5 to $10 or whatever, and man, I super appreciate that stuff. But God, you guys spend so much money that way too. We get through, I'll make it up to all you guys at one point in time. For outdoor blood, I don't. Yeah, pool noodles could be fun to work with. He does a Dragon Head video that plays all the time on Facebook. Yeah, Mo, I think you're right too. I believe I remember Alan making a pumpkin with pool noodles. I think you're correct. I don't know if any of his old videos are still up. There was a point in time way back in the day, uh, and I think it was before Alan ever started working at Dark Hour, um, which he now owns. When he started doing his YouTube Wednesday stuff just out of a small little garage. Um, he's that's a Alan's a great success story and all this stuff as well. Dead end said, "Okay, what is going on? What are you guys doing?" Dead end says, "I wish I could do a 350 super chat. A knife from a neighbor, nobody will miss. Chinese scammers copied me." Mo says, "Okay." Keith says, "I tried a 9.99." As far as I know, no. Alan never worked on movies, and I think a long time ago, man, because you're talking YouTube wise and hot wise, and being like, I've been on here for years, and a lot of these guys met, talked to, and been around, and um, I think someone had brought that up. I remember someone bringing that up once to Alan and asking if he'd ever want to do it, and he said he didn't want to do it because of the fact that he had a point back then that if you work on a movie and you put your what you mean pay would be good, right? But if you come up with a creature or whatever that is and you put all your heart and soul and you create this, then the intellectual property of that sculpt or that creature, whatever it is not yours. The movie owns it. You don't own it. So that would for sure be a drawback. It would it'd be a bummer to design some creature and then that you came up with and you don't have any rights to it. Yeah, is that better, Rosani? So we're not looking at my face. There's the pumpkin. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would say the only drawback with this, and Lupin was talking about it, I think, is the edge is not wanting to stick. And this has got to get, this stuff's going to get pretty saturated. This is going to fight me. This is going to fight. Now, with this new mic, the AC just started running. Can you guys hear that air conditioner running in the background, or is it kind of keeping it out? Because this thing's got like, this mic's got like all these different settings where it's like, as far as like you can be away from it, because I'm kind of away from the mic. So I set it up. I set it up like that, or if you're super close to it. I mean, it does a lot of crazy stuff. It is definitely the most updated piece of tech in this in this studio down here. Now it's just going to take me some time to get used to all the craziness. And apparently I can put headphones into it and listen to, if people were talking or whatever, and I was talking, it would all come through headphones and stuff. It's very interesting. Okay, B Brown doesn't hear it. Second oil we're rubbing after you finish the layer. Paper. Yeah, you're correct, Lupin. I agree with that. Rosani says she doesn't hear AC. Never seen that clay. Mo. Lupin's not hearing AC. Okay, Keith's not hearing AC. Awesome. Sweet. Well, then, I think me and this bike right here are going to get along. Because I'll be able to use it on all the voiceover stuff for YouTube. And the old way I used to do it, you could hear that AC when it ran, and then I had to do all this junk and editing trying to get the background noise out. And that was always a pain. See, I wonder if you can see in here better if I shut this light off. Does that make a difference, or is that still just too? Yeah, maybe not. Oh, Lloyd's ordering. You had 200 pounds. Yeah. When Lloyd orders 200 pounds of clay, and shows physical proof that he's trying to build the Queen Alien, then maybe I'll do it in mache. Yeah, so I'll get a video together for the pumpkin head and get him some love. I'll see if I can re-download some of these lives that we did so I can get some extra footage of it. But who gave us super? Oh, Mo, thank you, man, so much. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Zeno. Light off makes it weird. Oh, hey, and Zeno did. How did You bought that those pellets or whatever and soaked them and broke them down to do some wood clay. How did that? Was that easy to work with? How did that whole thing go? Clay by the truckload, Lupin says. I can see where this stuff's pretty thick, and I can see where this would be really add some strength all by itself as far as paper goes. But it does, since it does have that tendency to not to want to lay down. The only drawback is like I've got 18 of these pumpkins I'm trying to do, so I'm trying to be fast. Especially these small ones, I can't. I've got to make these strips smaller to help this lay down. Oh, awesome. B I'm gonna B Brown, what's your first name so I can quit saying just B Brown? Dude, I'm glad you made a couple groundbreakers. It's awesome. I'm glad you found the tutorial help in anybody, man. If they watch the tutorials and make something and they found something helpful out of the tutorials, I'm happy to hear that. Because that's what they're there for. Zeno on Unhinged Productions, it worked out pretty well for what I wanted it. It cracked some while drying, but I was able to cover that up pretty easily afterwards. Right on, right on. I might have to test that out now too, since you did the whole pellet thing, and do that like try it against the standard sawdust, and then try that. See what the difference is. Hey, I'm just Mo. Thank you guys for taking the time to watch, man. There's only, how many have I done now? It's the second one. Well, there's only 16 more of these to do. This won't take forever or anything. I'm gonna have to work on these like every night. I'm gonna have to work on the facade every night until it gets too dark, and then I'm gonna have to come down in here and work on these. After that, see if I can get these knocked out. Definitely worth a try. Yeah, dude, any of that stuff's worth a try. I'm glad you tested it out, man. Absolutely, dude. If it doesn't turn out good, then yeah, I'll take advantage of those pellets for sure. I said already, I kicked myself in the butt because I've been working on this facade, and I cut up a bunch of those little 1x for lumber, and I should have set my saw over the top of a sheet of plastic, and then as I cut all that, I had a bunch of good sawdust that I could have just wrapped up in the plastic and put in a bucket and then had it to use. Instead, I wasn't even thinking about it, and then it was all over the driveway, just being trashed. And I could have had supply for wood clay for working on the facade, but I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Okay, I'm not going to go crazy trying to flatten that. Yeah, I have problems. I know I'm going to put clay over the top of this, but I just like I can't help myself from wanting to like make that lay down flat. Ugh. And I don't need it to. I want to cover it all with clay, so it doesn't matter. Oh my god! But I just keep going back at it. So Keith, dude, you must have the night off because you dropped that video earlier, and then you're running around chat tonight. So that's awesome. It'll be nice to have a night off after working so many nights. Sorry, Rosani, I took that out of frame. I want to lift this up a little bit because I'm going to hold this in my hand and do this. Oh, maybe not. So you're at work. All right, right on. Me too, dude. Me too. One of these days, I'm going to be able to say this is work. I've got to figure out a way to get an Ethernet cable down here so I can go straight to my router, straight to this, so we don't have those dropout problems like that. Right on. Lloyd's night job is making Halloween. My night job and side gig is making Halloween through YouTube to try to help other people be able to make Halloween. My side job is making Halloween to help other people try to make Halloween. Yeah, Keith, you're right. It's hard to get YouTube to pay the bills. It's a lot of work, and it just pays pennies. But I'm going to give it a gosh darn good try. Dudes, I have a cheap Wi-Fi extender and I just switched over to it. It's kind of weird. Like if I run off that extender, it does pretty good. Then all of a sudden it'll drop out. And so then I'll flip off the extender and just go straight back to the other Wi-Fi and it picks up pretty good again. So vice versa. It's just kind of strange. But I know from different people I've talked to, they're like, if you can do, a lot of people suggest if you're doing live streaming that you're wired direct. So if I can figure out a way to get an Ethernet cable down here and wired direct, I think it would be the best option. I just wish I would have thought about that before I put all these ceilings and stuff in, because now I'm just not sure how I'm going to get it down here. Mo, you should definitely get some sauce and try that out. That's one of my favorite deals. Yeah, Keith, it AdSense, unless you're doing major numbers, you're right, dude. You're $30 a month, 30 to 100. I've had around Halloween time, I've had some months where I made a couple $100 around this time of year. You had to do major views for AdSense to really do anything. On it. And then it's weird too, because it's just like, I've been here for a long time, but I haven't like right now, this year I'm driving hard on YouTube, and I haven't drove this hard since I've done it. But I'm driving hard now because I'm just getting up there in age, and my job currently is taking a toll. In and out of attics, underneath houses and stuff like that. It's just getting rough. Getting rougher the older I get. But anyway, what the hell was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I never hit it super hard. But there are ones out there that have been doing pretty good here recently. They've got some pretty decent views and are doing good. If you can hook yourself up with some sponsors or whatever. I seen what was it? What was that? Oh, I don't even remember now. Now my mind's going bonkers. Where's it? The drinks I'm drinking. Zeno, you got 60 sitting in limbo from one of your dead channels. Oh, that was it. That's what I was going to say. It's like, I got like, if you look at my subscriber count, it shows like over 16,000 subscribers. And I just wonder where all my subscribers went, because my videos really haven't changed that much. And my view count versus what my subscriber count is does not reflect what that subscriber count is at all. I don't know if I just got too boring, or I don't know if notifications go out. I don't know what happened, but I can tell you back 5, 6, 7 years ago, like when Hunters Hangout first kind of started and all that stuff, it was easier to get views back then than it is now. If you're young and sex really good. Yeah, that's right, Lloyd. They make all kinds of money. Yeah, Keith, dude, that's just it, man. My body's wearing out and it's getting crawling in the attics when it's 90 and 100 degrees outside and it's 180 to 200 degrees inside an attic, and it's just getting it's ridiculous. So this old man's looking for a way out. Yeah, Lupin, you're right. There are some jacked up ones out there. That'd be cool. I thought about trying to reach out to Tight Bond 2, because I'm going to stand by this. This might be so arrogant, but I'm going to stand by the fact that I think I started the whole Tight Bond 2 craze in mache world, where people are using it, because back when I was doing all this junk and trying to research paper mache paste and all this different stuff, no one was using Type Bomb 2. It was not out there. And it was actually a buddy of mine who's done construction for a living all the time. We were talking about it one night and he was like, dude, you should try Type Bomb 2 wood glue. Because I was talking about, all my stuff goes outside and we're trying to figure out how to kind of help weatherize it at this point in time. And so he was the one that brought it up to me because he used it all the time, just in his job. So that's when I started doing it. And that was a long time ago. So they even did a small little sponsorship. That'd be awesome. I guess I could quit saying I use Type Bomb 2 and just use wood glue. TikTok, where we did back sponsors. Yeah, you're probably right, Keith. I probably do have dead subs for sure. Lupin says, do a Halloween foot sculpt and get a ton of views. Yeah, that's hilarious. There's some freaks out there. I bought some Type Bond 3, Lloyd, to do some mache with. And it's got it's kind of grainy, right? And it was weird. It reacted kind of, it's hard, it reacted different than what Type Bond 2 does. It still did the job, but I found myself going back to Type Bond 2. Because Type Bond 3 is definitely way more weather resistant than Type Bond 2 is. And then I even tried once, I've played around with so much junk. Like I did a clay recipe once, and when I did my clay, I added latex paint to it because I wanted to see if I could make my first layer of clay already have paint on it where I didn't have to paint it. And it worked, but it was really weird. It made the clay like rubbery. And it was hard to take another piece of clay and put it on top of it and get it to blend into what you already had. I mean, it really changed the way that paper clay worked. And I suffered through it and I got it done. But that was the last time I ever put latex paint in my clay. And it's funny, the pumpkin that I did that on is the pumpkin that you see that's basically my logo on the back of my shirt, the one you see on the side of the screen here or whatever. That's the pumpkin that I made with that stuff. And that pumpkin actually went to gosh darn it. Froggy's Fog. Why am I drawing a blank? If you guys have been in the industry, you know anything to do with Froggy's Fog. That's it's not. Oh my gosh! Someone help me. Keith, help me. The main Froggy's Fog representative that's always around all the time on Facebook and everything else. Why am I? And we've met and talked. Why am I drawing a blank? This is horrible. But he's got that pumpkin. He wanted a pumpkin, and I wanted some Froggy's Fog, so I made a pumpkin, and he sent me a couple gallons of Froggy's Fog one year, which was awesome. Sent some bog fog and something else, and I tell you what, that bog fog is awesome. First year I used that was the first year ever, and because I just got cheap Walmart fog machines, but I literally had to turn the fog machines off. You couldn't see anything. Couldn't see out on the street. Like I looked up and I could see my lights and realized that all the way across the street was just nothing but fog. You couldn't see anything. I couldn't tell where the cars were. Couldn't see kids. And you could just hear everybody. And I was like, oh no, I got to turn this off before someone gets ran over. So I shut them down for a good 30 minutes until it cleared out. And then I only ran one fogger after that the rest of the night. But it fogged like crazy. This stuff's kind of satisfying. It's got a satisfying look to it. After it's like, lay down. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to lay down. I want to clay it. Stop. I'll move on to the next one. Got 18 of these here. I don't have time to freaking make every single little thing perfect on these things. Dead. Louie's got moose knuckles for sale. Mo. Oh, Mo, good night, dude. Is Mo going to? Someone's going? Is it Mo? Yeah, dude. I noticed that too. Mo, where notifications changed, and I'm not getting them. And I've even seen where, like, I've been unsubscribed to people, and I'm like, what? I didn't unsubscribe to them and have to go back in and resubscribe again. And then I've had channels show up on my deal saying I was subscribed to them, and I've never seen the channel before in my life. YouTube does some weird stuff every once in a while. Gonna try to get some of this off. You know, here's the funny thing. When I'm doing this and I'm messing with this type on too, look at how nasty my fingers look. But my fingernails, they're yellow. And they'll get stained yellow. It takes a while for it to get off, and that's always pretty comical when I'm at the grocery store somewhere, pulling out my wallet to pay for food, and got these nasty yellowed fingers. I've had some people ask me before what happened to my fingers, and I think it would almost be easier to lie. It's hard to explain to people that's because I paper mache. It's people don't understand that. Oh, my cup's empty. Fungus, yeah, right. It looks like I have jaundice or something. Man, this one finger's sore, boy. I was working on the facade and I was holding a couple pieces together and was running the screw through. And I screwed right through and then right into the end of my finger. Like, I'm pretty sure I hit the bone when the screw stopped and I just kind of yanked it off. That one hurt a little bit. It still hurts today. The whole end of my finger is numb. Went right through all those nerves. As you know, I said, I have returned. Okay, let's go for this one. Hey, in case you didn't know, I'm machining another pumpkin. Just kind of like the other two pumpkins. I'm doing it again to this pumpkin. And then I'm going to do it again to another pumpkin. And another pumpkin after that. And another pumpkin after that. I'm just going to repeat this process over and over again tonight until it's time to go to bed. And then I have to, oh, that really hurts. Come on, glue, get off of there. Ouch. Hey, Charismatic. Glad you're on here, and thank you so much for the support. That you blew me away. Zeno, I'm probably going to start cleaning them hopefully by next week. Like if I got all those sitting over there that need this last round of mache thrown on them, especially some of those other ones because they're super weak. And man, I might like some of those ones are so weak. I mean, I might be able to start throwing clay on those, maybe, and get away with it, but I just think they'll collapse on me. I've been there and done that before. So I got to get through this process one more time with these things, and then I can start claying. I almost just decided to clay tonight, but if I can get these all done with this by next week, then I'm going to start slapping some clay on. So hopefully next Monday when I'm doing this, I will be slapping clay on, and I'm literally going to slap the clay on. It's just going to be bulking it right over everything, making some ridges and rolling through and cutting some faces out and moving on. I'm still even dependent on, I don't know, I've got all these egg cartons around here, and an egg carton clay is pretty easy to make. It's good for bulking out, but it doesn't really hold detail, but it does bulk pretty good. So when you're doing a pumpkin, there's not a whole lot of detail you really got to put into them. It's all basically bulk style detail. So I might do egg carton clay when I start putting the clay down. I need to check this. I got a tub of joint compound down here. I need to check it and make sure it hasn't molded on me yet. Yeah, so hopefully within the next week or so, dude, I've got just so much. I really, really, really almost clayed them tonight, but I talked myself out of it. It wouldn't have been smart. It would have been a bad deal. And even, most of these are going to go in the yard or whatever, but I want to do some giveaways too. And I don't know if I want to sell a couple maybe as well. I don't know. But I can't run the risk of if I take a couple of these and do some giveaways that I don't need something going out there to someone that's made poorly because I was trying to speed everything up. I was just, when I decided to start, because this is for video, right? This is for a YouTube video based on how many pumpkins can I make in a month. And I started this the 15th of last month, so I'm not even going to be a month's time. So that whole video is probably going to be a lie, I guess. But I've had so much, I haven't just been concentrating on this. And when I started this, I didn't realize, I wasn't paying attention to how close to Halloween we were. And I knew I was going to try to make the facade bigger. And that's a huge project. And then all of a sudden I was like, wow, I have to start that or it's never going to get done. So anyway, it was bad timing on me to start this. Originally it was 20 pumpkins, but it was stupid. It was not smart of me to start this particular project at this point in time. But I have a hard time not doing something that I started sometimes. I mean, I say that, and you guys can probably see that. Well, you've seen that rabbit sitting over there on different lives that I never got done. It's because it made me mad, but yeah, Charisma, I need to try some of those nitro gloves. I tried some other gloves before and I wasn't real happy. Just because I have a thing for, like, it's weird, needing to feel what I'm doing with my fingers, right? With my hands. And no one take that the wrong way. So it's not that kind of freaking channel. Keith, don't even say anything. However, as messy as this gets, if those did pretty decent, then it would probably be smart for me to do. And the other ones I've tried to do, they wound up getting sticky. And then that was a whole problem in itself. Hello, what was that? Yeah, there's nothing over there behind me, but something's over there behind me making noise. There's no one else down here with me in this area. It's just me. There's not even cats down here. I don't know who's all seen the short that I put out last night. That freaking thing took me like forever to do because YouTube's kind of weird. And generally, how I've had to do it in the past was take some old footage, cut it up like that, and then I had to kind of put the video together, and then I'd have to move it to my phone and then do the YouTube short on my phone. Right? So, like, anytime I do those videos, I try to find their music and try to, like, paste the video to the music or whatever. So I get on my phone and I find that the music on YouTube Shorts that's in there, and I'm like, all right, cool. So then I take my phone, sit on the counter, and then in I use Mojave at the moment is what I edit with. So then I record from my phone. I record the sound of the music into my deal so I can then edit and paste all that footage with the music. Of course, that music's not good quality because I just did it off my phone. And then what happens, I cut that all up, paste it, send it over to my phone, and then on my phone, I go click, click to make it short. And then generally it's like, ask me if I want to add more videos or pictures to my selection. And then I can pull that out of my photo library in my phone. So I do all that stuff. And then I go to do that. And I can't pull, for some reason, on my phone, it wouldn't bring up every time it was like, hey, do you want to select another, where I have the option to select the video or picture. I would go click on that video and it would never load into my phone on the YouTube short side. And I mean, I sat there for an hour trying to figure it out. I'm researching it and I can't find anybody's had the problem. So I'm like, okay, well, let me see if I can find the music on YouTube so I can just download it into my computer and I'll do it that way. Well, then I finally find it. It took me forever to find it. Finally find the music, but then it didn't have a download option. Like I could download it onto YouTube, into my own little library on YouTube, but I couldn't download it into my computer to put it in my editing software. So I fought that, and then I realized I could take my editing software and do a screen record, and then I can pick up the music that way. So then I had to play the music on YouTube, screen record it, transfer that into my computer, into my editing software. Then I was able to go back and re-edit the video, put that music to it, and then upload that through my computer to YouTube Shorts to make that. So I literally started that YouTube short at like it's like 7:00 last night when I started playing with that. I didn't get that thing done and uploaded and put onto YouTube. It was 1:00 in the morning by the time I was done with that. That's how long it took me to fight all of that stuff. One of these days, we'll have enough patrons on where I can make some money and I can afford to pay someone to do editing. And if I could find someone to edit videos, holy cow, that'd be awesome. And then all I have to do is concentrate on making the projects, sending it off to get edit, reviewing that stuff. That would be amazing. Because it takes me, I'm probably not even using the best editing software out there, but it takes me forever to edit. Like I hear guys talking about, well, that took me, it took me a whole 2 hours to edit that. And I'm like, are you kidding me? It takes me like every video that I've put up to this date. Like I'll start and edit at 9:00 in the morning and it'll be 10 or 11 o'clock at night before I'm done editing that video so I can put it onto YouTube. I am no wizard when it comes to that stuff. Oh, what do we got? Okay, hang on. Sorry, let's look at chat. Ghost, haven't seen it yet. Was on the pumpkin spider. Thumbs. Oh, so you went back and watched that? Awesome. Yeah, the pumpkin spider is cool. Mo says, so I've been using that. Okay, let's see. Been using that paste to fix the foam type props I paper mache the tears or openings and then repaint. Yeah, dude, I use like I'll use wood glue and stuff and paste and like shop towels to do certain things, and then I use clay. I've fixed a lot of props that were made by something else using mache, and it's worked. People kind of underestimate how well mache actually does. Dude, looping really, bro. It was like casting a spell to try to get the short to put that short together and get it out there. Oh, it's Rosani says how ironic it is how long it takes to make a short. Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of work, man. And editing like used to be like kind of one of the favorite. Like I used to like really look forward to that, but I don't now because I'm trying to get on the schedule. I'm trying to like put out. I would love to do like this live stuff every Monday and then put out a new video every weekend. Right? So basically once a week, real video, of course, the lives or whatever. Because, you know, when you're trying to research, of course, I'm trying to turn YouTube into something, right? So when they talk about that, everybody talks about consistency and trying to put things out there or whatever. Doing the crafting stuff and trying to get something out every single week that's a lot. And I'm trying to grow this thing, so I don't know if it's slowing down to 2 videos a month or 1 video a month will actually produce any kind of growth. Most people like to see a video where you start the project and then they get to see the project completed in one video instead of like a lot of my older videos, they were just kind of like what I got done in the week. And some of those did okay, but not a whole lot of them did. So then when you're trying to build the project, you got to get the project all the way through. Then you got to edit it. Most things I do, I can't build in a week. We still got 11 people on. Right on. It's all right. I wasn't talking. I'm looking at this. Chat slowed down a little bit, so everybody quit talking amongst themselves, it looks like. You know, the biggest thing I guess I've told the story, but I started mache because I was always broke. But I think the funnest thing with it is that basically, if you got flour and water, right? I know I don't use that. If you got flour and water and some kind of newsprint, some kind of cardboard laying around, around the house, just some kind of trash, whatever it is. Man, you can start making something, whatever you're thinking, you can just start creating it, right? And that's what made me like this the most, was I was able to just kind of start doing something with just junk and raw materials around the house, and was able to start creating a project that I really liked. And that was always the fun part of it. It's probably why I stay after it. And then I got to a point where I'm just like, I thought it was it became a hobby, and it was a fun hobby. And then I just listened to different people talk about different things. And back in the day, I could hear, there's just different people who were like, just no credit to mache. You can't really make anything cool out of it. You got to have. So then I got like determined. It's kind of like one of those hold my beer type of things. And let me just prove everybody wrong, and let me show you that you can make some cool stuff out of this. And it does take a lot of time, but man, you can make awesome stuff with just paper and glue, or paper and flour and water. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but you can make some cool stuff with it. I had someone in Halloween paper mache the other day. Everybody was discussing different things, and someone was asking questions about how to water seal their projects and stuff. And a lot of people chiming in with great advice, which is cool. I like to see that too. And I saw someone comment in there, says paper mache and the weather and rain, that doesn't mix. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to step in here and say something, because it does. Now, don't get me wrong, it took me forever to figure out good ways to seal this stuff. So when I first started doing it, my wife's like, "Are you going to put that outside?" I'm like, "Heck yeah, I'm putting it outside. I'm not building this junk just to set inside the house. It has to go outside and be a part of the display." Short video can be nice, but a lot of them are draw the rest of the owl with no detail on how to do it. You're absolutely correct, dude. Short, you can't, hang on a second. Sometimes we need to give ourselves a creative break. Yes, that's absolutely true, Rosalie. I ain't keep this heading home, Lloyd. But yeah, but man, I tell you too, that's a lot of times when I'm stressed out or whatever, if I can just come down here and start making something, I can forget all the other junk that's going on. And I can just concentrate on whatever this project is, and everything else can just kind of melt away. And that's kind of nice. I want to start making, I think after this year, I want to make a couple of videos this year that are like, I want to make some fantasy creatures, like some trolls and some goblins and some things like that, like some 3-footers or whatever that I could use for Halloween too. But I think it'd be fun to make some kind of mythical style creatures as well. And then, yeah, on shorts, like, YouTube brought out shorts to try to compete with TikTok, and then shorts were kind of a mess for a while, and they've done a lot of different changes on them. You couldn't convert before you couldn't convert, or they said you couldn't convert short watchers into long form watchers. And then I had someone, a lady, just posted on one of my videos Saturday, and she said, "Hey, she was an awesome comment talking about her and her son like to be creative like her, and that she come across the channel and all that stuff is just awesome." So her and her boy are doing some things together, making some Halloween projects, which is absolutely just freaking awesome. But she found me. She's like, "And I found you through shorts," and I was like, "Oh, that's awesome." So she went from shorts, found the channel, and found the long form. So my whole gig with the shorts, because you got those people who are a lot of people out there that don't have an attention span anymore, is my goal with shorts now is to just try to expand reach and try to pull people um, over to this side where they can find the longer form content, right? So they can kind of see stuff. They're not going to figure out how it's made really that good. And if they want to figure more out, they can come over here on this side. And then these videos here, I'm going to start doing these that are, they're funnier or whatever. They're pretty good. I'm going to try to do it in a way where you can still figure out how to do it. Have you done this stuff? You can still figure out how to do it. But I'm going to put like the dude over there, the one little minion I made. I still have to finish that video. I have a longer video that's like more detailed on how I actually did it. And that stuff's going to go over to patron side. I keep saying that, and I'm going to make a bunch of patrons mad because I haven't done anything yet. It's just a lot of work. But I'm trying to put all that stuff together. Like I said, if I had an editor that could do all that stuff, that would be awesome. But all I can pay him out in right now is Halloween candy and or pumpkins or something like that. People can't work for free, man. They got to get fed. Man, I know I said it before, but today was just gorgeous. Like, it's raining right now, and we need the rain. But it's not a heavy downpour. It's just kind of, it's just a steady little soaking rain. The rain's cold. It's just got that complete fall feel. Today made me so happy with the way the weather was. Love this time of year. Oh, where we go? And Alien Queens. What did I miss before that? Trolls and Goblins. Rosani says, yay. Good short, though. And Alien Queens. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to talk me into doing the whole Alien Queen thing. I just don't think it's going to happen. Some scary pinatas, dude. That'd be cool. Pat Bo. Hey, Pat. Yeah, mystical creatures would be fun. Kimberly Pickenpaw. Hello, just catching up. Love your work. Been watching you for awesome. Thank you, and thanks for sitting around and watching and talking. Appreciate that, Pat. You could do setting, peeing, napping, drinking, etc. Could be another line of sales for you. All right. I don't have any lines of cells right now, though. 0 lines of cells. It's all patron and just trying to teach people how to do this stuff. Mystical creatures, yes. Let me go back to that. My gosh, I got off on how beautiful it was. I tell you what would be fun. Man, they'd be a huge project, but they'd be fun. You could still do it for Halloween too. surely you guys have seen Maleficent, right? So everybody was big on when Maleficent came out, making her horns and making that costume. Those in that movie, she's got those big. Those big warriors that are like trees, right? They got tree faces and big long log, you know, arms and legs and stuff. Oh, it would be awesome to make a couple of those that were like freaking, 18-foot tall that stood up in the yard on one side or another. And you could make them with, you could make the wood look black and whatever, kind of fit the Halloween vibe. But those things are so cool. I always thought it'd be super fun to try to make one of those. It'd be a lot of work, but I think it'd be awesome to do. But some mythical creatures would all be fun too. It'd be fun to make quite a few of them and just have them around, and then I could just put them in the yard. It wouldn't even have to make sense. I can just put them in the yard in different places. Lay down. I'm developing a love-hate relationship with this brown crafting paper. It's stubborn. They didn't just stole my last troll mask, so I'll have to make one again. Are you selling, brother? Pat, something I can't find in stores is vintage ghosts, like the vintage black cats. Oh, I'm working on it's not actually a vintage ghost, but I'm working on, this is going to be a ghost holding a pumpkin trick-or-treat basket. And I'm going to try to make it all light up. We'll see how that goes. That was something I started to before I started doing this. And then all of a sudden Halloween was here. So yay. Busy times. I'm teaching my kids to make their own mask. Awesome. My son is going to make his mask for his costume. He's going to be 6 for. Hey, that's awesome. They learn how to do stuff like that and make their own junk. Make their own masks, make their own props, make their own costumes, and they can be whatever they want to be each year. They don't have to worry about the stores bringing that stuff out for them to buy. That's awesome. Dead End sells on Etsy. Etsy Halloween Nerd. A quick project about 9 inches tall. Pat Bow. What did I miss? I missed something on there. Rosani, I think you're right. Soaking it first. Dead End says, I just made a vintage black cat and I'm working on the details now. Bro, I just saw booger lips. Oh, sorry, guys. That kind of hurt my back. I sent my kids, it's funny. I held it sneeze back. My sneezes are generally pretty violent. And I come across, I think it was a TikTok or something. I sent it to everybody in the family. And it was like the difference between the way the family sneezes versus dad. And so it was like a cartoon thing, and all these guys are doing these little sneezes, and the dad finally sneezes, and when he does, the house explodes. I laugh pretty hard at that because that's the way my family says my sneezes are. Thank you guys for the bless you. What has been my favorite project today that I've done? Um, hmm. Okay, I'm gonna have to kind of split this. So the werewolf I did was super fun, and I was super happy with it. The dragon I did, I started out having a lot of fun with it, and then realized I ran out of time, so I wasn't able to do as much as I wanted to with it. So still, the wolf was on top of that. The one witch I made who's still around, who has hands over here that I need to fix, where she's not going to have hands for Halloween. I've got to fix those hands. Oh my gosh, I have so much going on. I have to fix her hands. Crap. Anyway, she was pretty cool. Okay, so out of like mache stuff, I would say I want to have to say the werewolf, just because of everything I had to do to figure that out and make the head and teeth and all that. And he really turned out pretty cool. Not like my first like real big life size type of thing, because I made him. He was crap down and stuff, but dimensions wise, the way I made him out, if he would have been standing up, he'd been like almost 7 foot tall. But I know I'm so long winded. My favorite thing to this day that I have made is the facade that I did last year, the haunted house facade, which I'm working on right now to make bigger. I always wanted to do something like that, to try to transform the way the yard is. And let me tell you, like, making cool props has been cool. I've made some neat pumpkin jack o' lanterns and things, not jack o' lantern, but scarecrow jacks and stuff. I made some cool ones, and I've had some out in the yard. I sold a bunch of them. Those are neat. But I always wanted to do a facade, and I could never really do it, was because money constraints and things. And when I bit off into that last year and got that thing done and got that thing set up, that made like I was like a kid on Christmas morning. That made such a difference in the whole effect of Halloween last year. I just the impact that did to the yard, I can't even explain it. So that today is my favorite thing that I've made. I know it wasn't out of mache. I made some awesome things out of mache, and I forgot, I like the big pumpkin demon. I really like him too. He was pretty fun. But that facade, that was something special. I've been wanting to do that for years, and finally was like because last year Cam went to the Marines, and I'm getting older, and I'm just like, you know what? If I don't do this, I'm never gonna do it. So yeah, that was awesome. Uh, I want to lick the wet pumpkin. Well, I don't think your tongue can fit through all that. Right. Trust me, it ain't Krispy Kreme glaze. That's for sure. Sure. Yes, it was a huge accomplishment. Okay, I want to run upstairs and make a drink, and then I'll be right back. So we're 2 hours into this. I want to continue to do some more. You guys hang real tight. Hang real tight. Hang tight real quick. I'm going to run up there and make a beverage and be back. If you guys leave, I don't blame you. If you stick around, we'll see you in about uh, 2 minutes or so, something like that. How about here? I'll give you something to stare at. Coming back. Here are the flip flops. Oh, hang on. I need to get some more pumpkins over here. I need some more pumpkins. Okay. What I missed while I was gone? Anything important? Kim, good night. Rosalie V. She says, okay, have a great evening. And thank you. Hey, thank you for being here and watching. And have a good night. Welcome back. Yes, let the pumpkining continue. Hang on. I need to send out another message real quick here. Uh-oh. I got my shea paste in my mouth, so that's not good. That's going to be a problem. Here we go. I've done so much. Ooh, here we go. Let's waste all this time. All right, back over here. All right, back to pumpkin. Let's do some little stems on this. These stems, I'm not really putting any kind of detail in whatsoever right now because I'm going to clay them. So I don't really care too much on what they look like. They just need to be a nub sticking out of here that I can do something with later. And I've probably become lazy with my stems. I probably shouldn't be. I see some other creators out there doing pumpkins and stuff that they take some awesome time with their stems, and they're just super cool. Back in the day, a long time ago, I used to really spend some time with them, and now I see myself. I'm lazy on stems anymore. I'm super lazy on stems. But oh well. Yeah, at least it's not super glue. Get a little, build some hot glue up top. I want that to drain down up high. Come on, gun. You shouldn't be cold. I need to buy a new hot glue gun. I've seen some of these guys. I don't know what brand that hot glue gun is, but I think Alan's got one. I've seen some other guys that got them where they've got they're green. And they got like a super pointy tip on them and stuff. They look freaking awesome. I should probably try to get one. Do you have like a pile of failed creations? I have a bunch of unfinished things that I considered failed, and I always think of ways I should try to repurpose them as something else that I haven't done yet. Well, yeah, kind of. Here, I'll show you. Hang on. Once I can let go of the stem, um, I'll show you some of the stuff I got down here. Okay. That almost looks like an apple. Okay, whatever. That'll work. One that I consider to fail that I need to finish is the rabbit down there. I was doing him for a specific, it was going to be for Easter a couple of years ago, but a demented rabbit. He was a nightmare. He's basically now done. I want to hair him and stuff, patchy hair and paint him. So basically, I can patchy hair him, paint him. He'd be finished. And if I can find the video footage that I originally started with, I could put a video together, and that'd be a hilarious because I didn't have quite the beard back then. So it'd be goatee and then all of a sudden old man gray beard. So that'd be kind of funny. Let's see. I don't know if you can see up there, that little dude up there. That's like a pumpkin Reaper, Misty Reaper thing, a small one that I started making a long time ago. I never finished. That's a Santa Claus guy back there. I never finished up. This is a, hang on, I'll show you this one up close. I got some skulls and stuff up here that aren't really failed. I just never finished them. And I've got some foam pumpkins that I made. Okay, so I did that slush cast. If you watch the slush cast video, I've got the one mold that I made out of silicone and stuff from Home Depot or whatever, and cast this guy in, cast another one. I cast some foam ones using that foam from Home Depot. It was a 2-part deal that you put posts in. As I found out later on that once you paint those, they shrink. They like shrivel up. So those are all fails. I've got them sitting up there. Then this was a fail. I should probably just paint him. He was a pumpkin that I was trying to learn because there's a certain kind. I don't even remember now. I'll get some over there. There's only a certain kind of 100% silicone you can use from Home Depot or Lowe's that you can, to make a silicone mold with. And there's a particular ingredient that it doesn't have that the other ones have. So I got the wrong one first, and then it wouldn't come off, and I had this mess of a guy. He's got a face. I was left with this mess of a dude. So that was a fail. I've got... There's a lot. I tried to clear out. Last year, I cleared out a lot. I had a lot laying around here, and I went ahead and turned everything into something, but then we had the little flood thing, and I lost a lot of stuff in that too. So I still got some stuff around here that I haven't finished up yet. Pat, I've had those too happen. Yeah, Zeno, I need to paint that. that was a fail. I just need to paint it and to turn it into decoration for inside the house because he'd just be a gnarly, rotten pumpkin, right? So there is a fail that could turn into a win. I just need to do it. I haven't had any desire to do it. See, there's a little ghost thing back there. I've got to finish up making. What is this? What's going on? Something just came up on here. A hello? No. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I've got. I wouldn't call it a fail, but I got. Oh my God! My wife wants me to finish this. I never have. Oh, okay, this is a long time ago. Let's talk about. So, I started making this man-eating plant thing, and I even did some. That's like shredded paper for the dirt or whatever. Did the little leaves and stuff. So this thing called. I started this. This was like 8 years ago, 9 years ago, something like that. When I first started playing around with mache. Never finished it at first. I thought it was just absolutely awesome. I can't stand to look at it now. Carrie wants me to finish it up. I maybe should finish it up one of these days, but I never have it. And it just sits down here. This is one of these things that just kind of, I hate to say this even around, but it is around. Uh, we all start from somewhere, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree with that, Pat. It would be a cool witch facade candle. Um, so it's amazing how much things have changed. I go back and look at some of the first things I ever made. Let's do kind of a long stem on this guy. Look at some of the first things I ever made. And they weren't bad. They just weren't the best. And you just kind of watch over the years how things change, and you know, you just learn more. You get better over time. That's why I try to. People are like, I get this comment a lot by different people, whether it's on Facebook or whatever, different places, and they're just like, "You're just so talented," or whatever, or that type of stuff. And it's like, it's practice, man. It's just doing this stuff over and over and over again and failing, right? Learning what doesn't work, figuring out what does work, and just practice. That's all it is. That's why I try to say if I can do this stuff, then I'm confident anybody can do this. It's yeah, if I can do this, man, anybody can do this. It's just going for it and trying, and everything doesn't ever, things don't always work out the way you want them to work out, how you plan on them to work out. A lot of people, it's funny, it's like there's a fear. They don't know what they're afraid of. This is just paper and glue, man. Just try it. Um, I see a lot of people. I see lots of people that, like, when they get, like, say they've made a pumpkin, they put all their time in their pumpkin or whatever, and then it goes to paint them. They, like, actually stop and don't ever finish painting it. They get scared. They're afraid they're going to ruin their pumpkin by painting it. And it's I try not to talk to those guys. I've talked to a lot of different people on whether it's DM on Facebook or something like that, and just try to tell them, don't be afraid of it. Just do it. It's just paint, right? If you don't like it and you think it's absolutely horrible, just base coat it again and repaint it. I mean, you got your sculpt done. You're happy with your sculpt. You're happy with the way that thing looks, right? So get after it. And if it doesn't work, you don't like it, do it again, right? That's how I've learned everything to do. That's what I've tried to do with the YouTube videos, right? I mean, everything that I've done, everything that I've created, and everything that was just an idea, and I've wondered if I could do something. And then I just tried, right? And sometimes you fail. Sometimes it comes out awesome. Sometimes it sucks, but you just try. And that's why there's so many. That's why I need to do a book on, and I will eventually, on pumpkins, because I do pumpkins so many different ways now. Whether it's cotton balls, whether it's toilet paper clay, whether it's egg carton clay, you know, there's just all these different ways. Whether you're doing a bag stuffed at the beginning, or you're doing a balloon, or you're going to do a beach ball, or whether your pumpkin's going to be round, or you're going to concave there's no like correct way. There's just ways, and if it works, it works. But I see a lot of people get stuck on painting because they're afraid of it. And I've screwed, man, oh my God, I've screwed some paint jobs up, right? Like bad. And just repainted them. And I have, you know what the funny thing is, besides pumpkins, because I've done so many pumpkins now, I always have a pretty general plan for a pumpkin, what direction it's going to go, what's going to look like, kind of what the paint scheme is going to be, all that stuff. But other things, and it was the way I was at pumpkins at first, a lot of the things I do, I don't have any idea of what I'm doing or how I'm going to approach it. And I just go after it. That was like the whole deal with the freaking pumpkin head build. Right? That's why I couldn't do those. They were supposed to be a build along, which now I'm just doing for patrons. But I tried to start that thing as a build along, but I didn't even know I was lying. I was like, well, this is going to be this is the list of stuff that I'm going to get, that I'm going to start to try to start this thing. But I can't teach a class on it. I've never built it before. I don't even know what I'm going to do, if it's going to work or not. Right? So I just fumbled through that whole thing. And most things, that's how I figure out how to do that. I just fumble through and try to figure out how it's done. And then once I've done something a couple times and I'm confident with the way it turns out, then generally I would try to do a video on it. Anyway, I'm rambling. There's people talking in chat and I haven't even looked at it. Oh my gosh, Zeno, you know about the Medusa mask? Is it? Wow. Xena's been around for a while watching. Holy shnikes. Where is that? Now you're making, I'll have to go look, dude. It's either in another deal stored on the other side, or it got ruined in the last little flood out thing that we had. I've got footage still. I haven't put a video together. I started making a Medusa mask for a friend, and it was like a Mardi Gras style head thing that had these snakes that came off of it, and I did these little snake heads and teeth, and dude, I did, man, little tongues and stuff, a little bit, and then I was working on scaling that thing. So the I think I wound up getting I got all the scales on the part that goes around your face. So I was cutting these teeny tiny little, well, it's what I bought. This is so funny. Oh my gosh. So these scissors right here. Now we're going down memory lane. So these are like, for cloth or whatever, and it's got that triangle cut to it. I bought these just for that. So I was cutting up t-shirt material, getting these little triangles and cutting those out individually, and then I would just drop that stuff into my paper mache paste, these teeny tiny little scales, and I was putting these little scales, this mask one at a time, just using a toothpick and just overlaying them. That mask had like, I can't remember. It was like, there was something like over 1,000 scales or something that I counted, that I just put on the mask itself, and started working my way up the snakes. Wow, you just really brought me back down to. I forgot all about you. Talk about. I should have finished that. That would have been a feat of accomplishment. That was for me to say that something was like an actual art piece. That thing was on its way to being like an actual art piece. Super tedious, but it was going to be cool. Holy cow! There ain't hardly. I guarantee you, there's no one else in this chat that knows about that. Holy cow! That's crazy. Mo likes to plant. Oh, dude, the scale work was nuts. It was just crazy. Oh, bro, hey, thanks, Lloyd. Didn't you already give some tonight? Beat Keith by $3.99. Yes, you did. You guys crack me up. Man, I can't believe there's someone out here that remembers the Medusa mask. That's awesome. Oh, that just made me smile. That's awesome. Holy cow. You know what? I should do a video. It's not finished, but I should take all the footage that I had and I should kind of put it together and just do some kind of video on what the label of the project that never was or was never finished or something like that. And I can talk about some of that stuff. That might be a fun little video to do. I don't know how many people out there in internet land would be interested in watching a video about a project that never got finished. Man, I think it might be gone. It might be gone. Boy, that was a project. Wow. Holy cow. I don't have any of my hard drives in. I got one hard drive that's got stuff on it. It's on a different one. And I had to unplug the other hard drive to run this microphone and this camera at the same time. Or I'd kind of show you guys some pictures, but I don't have any on me. Maybe that's a future video I could put together for people to watch. Oh, I lost that, really. That just went limp. That's funny. It was based off of the funny thing was that Medusa mask. He brought me a picture of one that someone had made out of leather. So it was just these little strips for the snakes and stuff, which it was cool. But he was like, "Man, can you make something like that?" And of course, me being me, especially back then, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'll make something like that, but I'll make it better." So that's where the whole Joker. There's a Joker bust video on the channel somewhere, evil Joker or something like that. And the only reason I made that was because Diablo challenged me to do it. He sent me a picture. He found it on the internet. And I tried to find who the original artist was, and I never figured it out because I wanted to give him credit for it. But he sent me this picture because we were just going on about paper mache and whether it could look cool or not. And he's like, "Well, can you make this?" And I'm like, "Oh, I can make that." So I made that Joker bust. That's the only reason that thing even came out, because it was basically a challenge. And I fumbled my way through it. Yeah, that would probably be. I might be able to put a video together, an entertaining video together with unfinished projects. So, I would love stuff like that. I was just watching a video on a lost Godzilla movie from 1983 a few days ago. What? Yeah. Yeah, it's that's honestly kind of a neat idea. Okay, I got one other to put a stem on. Let's give this guy a stem. I'm talking so much. I'm not getting anything made. So far out of how long we've been on here, 2 hours and 30 minutes, I got 3 of these covered. There's a part of me on the inside that just says I need to give up this 18 pumpkin thing. But I'll continue on. There's a Google reverse image search now, but Joker was from before times. Pat says, now you've done it. I want to make a life-size Medusa mud monster paper mache project for my classic Hollywood monster display. Dude, I'm going to tell you, man, it was making the snakes and stuff was actually pretty fun. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I gotta find these. You guys, I'm trying to I'm trying to work, and now you guys got me talking about other junk. I'm like that school teacher that if you can get them on a certain subject, they'll never quit talking about it, and then you don't learn anything. I was trying to put so much detail into this Medusa mask that the snakes, I made these, so they're little, right? Because it had to be kind of lightweight. So I made these little snake shaped heads that were mache, right? That I made with mache. And then once I dried up, I cut those in half so they opened up and pulled all the stuffing out. So I had these little half shells that were like kind of the shape of a snake. And so while they were in half, I put tongues inside there, and then I looked up images of snakes with their mouth open. So then I put the fleshy stuff down in the bottom of the mouth and around the tongue. And I looked at the top sides of the mouth and how they got these ridges, almost look like ribs in a way in the top of their mouth. I put all that stuff inside the mouth, put all that in there with the teeth and all that junk, and then painted it and then put that part together. That's how detailed and in depth I was going with that project. It was something else. Because I just wanted to, I just wanted to show the world that you can make something out of nothing, right? That's what I wanted to show everybody, that you can literally make super cool stuff out of non-conventional junk if you just take the time. And that was my mission back then. That was my mission, trying to do it. And then I always had this vision of trying to grow a YouTube channel and do all this stuff with this type of stuff. Try to get a bunch of people who thought the same. Boy, that stem looks funky. We're going to leave it. It looks weird. That looks weird, but I'm going to leave it. After I clay that, I can turn that into something. That was always the goal. And then I gave up on the goal and like kind of come back. I was always kind of active. I'd be active, then not active, and then active again, and not active, and just kind of come back and forth. And Now I've seen some new people on YouTube. They're doing actually pretty good. Some are doing real good, but they're just rehashing things that have already been done by other people. It's working for them, but yeah, we're gonna make it one way or another. Okay, I'm choking myself up on my adult beverage. Let's get this. We got some more pumpkin going on here. I love the questions tonight. They're freaking awesome. Chat's been fun tonight. You guys, you guys are awesome. I'm going to have to say that so far this evening, you guys have probably entertained me as much, if not more, than if I've entertained you at all. I enjoy all the questions, and then I enjoy the questions if I can help people out that are trying to do things. Yeah, the old Medusa mask. Holy cannolis. That's awesome. Oh yeah, dude, it's been fun for sure. Pat says, "Has anyone ever done a Hydra?" I haven't. Yeah, the multi-headed snake. Hercules would be fun to do, to model one after that. I always want to make life size ones. I don't know if I would have time to make one life size, but that would be kind of a fun thing to do. Kind of like the gosh dang it, pumpkin head deal. That'd be fun. I couldn't take that on right now though. I don't know if anybody out there has had one. Has anybody out there made one? Dude, Pat, I'm glad that you get an inspiration from it. That's always awesome. Well, Rosaline's still here. She's 8 years hanging out for quite a while. You're usually in and out. Glad you've been here. No Hydra. But Rosalie says she hasn't done a Hydra, but she loves making dragon heads. One of these days, I'm going to do another big full size dragon. That's going to happen for sure. When I get this channel to the point that it's paying bills, I'm going to take on some big projects. That I just think would be fun to do. Like I've always wanted to. Might be stupid, but I've wanted to make big, huge jack-o'-lantern that the kids would actually have to walk through. So the mouth be down on the ground, open up, you walk through the mouth, walk into the pumpkin, and walk out the backside of it to go up to the house like a big gateway thing. I think that'd be awesome. You're talking about a pumpkin that's a good 10, 12 tall at the stem, and then huge round or whatever. But it's got to be built in a way that it can be tore apart, stacked up, and put somewhere. That's always too, man. Everything I make, and that's all. I don't know how many people realize everything that I make comes apart. Besides pumpkins, these little pumpkins, everything has to come apart. It all has to come apart so I can store it and put it up. So generally, when I'm building anything, especially bigger stuff, as I'm building it, it's always being in the front of my mind is how am I going to take it apart? How am I going to be able to store it? Rosanine says she's not quite sleepy yet. I'm not sleepy, but man, I guess the only daunting part of this is doing this, and then I'm looking right back over here at that table full of pumpkin armatures, and I'm just like, wow, there's a lot left. Rosani's got a warehouse? Oh, I'm jealous. I think it'd be fun to talk to some people who have had experience making the Mardi Gras floats and stuff like that, because a lot of that stuff is made with those big faces and heads and stuff. A lot of that stuff's made with paper mache. I think it'd be fun to get to pick someone's brain about that type of stuff and kind of learn some ins and outs on big projects like that. But I've got a pretty good feeling that when I try to go after these big projects, it's going to be yours truly fumbling his way through it, just like everything else. Warehouse/studio. Well, I guess I could say, so down here, downstairs, this is my studio. I like to call this my studio. Now, and then I guess the warehouse would be my garage, and the other shed over by the sandbox where I've stored most of my stuff. I need some space. I need some storage space. If I had the money to do a little, just like a 40 by 40 pole barn style shop out in the back. I got a nice sized backyard that could just be dedicated to like this and making stuff and then storing the Halloween stuff, whatever. That would be awesome. And like Rosanne said, yeah, she made big props and just would have to give them away and stuff. That'd be, I mean, I would like, I'm telling you, I get YouTube to pay the bills and then be able to make some big stuff that I wouldn't ever use. I would literally, the stuff that would just be fun to make and then I know I wouldn't be able to use to keep it around, I'd give it away to whoever wanted it to use it for whatever it was. Now let's just hope. Like right now, YouTube is promoting the channel because it's Halloween time. And I hope all you guys that follow along or been following along right now realize that I try to keep this channel active all year long. So that's going to be the plan. Even after Halloween's done. Still doing videos, still doing Monday Night Lives. So I can start prepping for next year. Probably do some Christmas related stuff. Once it's that season. And maybe if you guys show up to these lives and if you guys keep showing up to watching the videos on the weekends or whatever, when those come out, maybe we can force YouTube's algorithm to promote the channel all the time, not just during Halloween time. Zeno says, I've only made a few big things. The biggest was a 6-foot axe. Sweet. For a Thor costume? Dude, that sounds cool. And the other things were a handheld swords and shields. Right on. Dead End says, long time ago, people worked to make their own Halloween mask out of paper mache. You're absolutely correct. You can see them in old pictures. The movie Trick or Treat and the kids on the butt. Yeah, dude. Watching Trick or Treat, I totally noticed that. That those a lot of those Halloween masks were made from mache. I think that's cool. I almost thought about that's the only thing because I have made a couple masks before. But I think a lot of times masks don't even have to be like overly detailed. And I think the hard mask, kind of like what a mache mask would be, lends just as bit of creepiness as it is by itself. So pumpkins take time. Like I couldn't sell pumpkins because, I have sold pumpkins, but to sell a pumpkin, even a pumpkin this size, this would have to be $75 to $100. The other ones, the big ones for sure, $100. The little ones may be able to get $50 or $60 for it. But like I said, you got to have the right person because doing it like this, it's always a one-off. If I had molds where I could just slap stuff in it and let it dry, maybe. But those masks, doing a Halloween mache mask, they're pretty quick. I've done a couple of those. That would be something that I think a guy could probably sell. Easy to ship, pretty lightweight. And you can make quite a few, but there it goes again. It's like, you're so torn, especially me. You want to make a living off doing the things that you love to do, and this is something I really love to do. And then it's one of those deals. It's like, dude, you really, I'm not bent on selling product. I know more people like to spend money on a product. But I would just like to teach. I would just like to build to basically have Patreon, have this, have enough of a following, teach people how to do this to make their own, and make a living that way. That's the end goal. I do think I'm going to try to put together a couple little books on this different stuff. Like the different ways to do different ways to do pumpkins. And of course, there would be like, they would have the recipes in it for paste and for the different kinds of clays and stuff like that. And then I could even do a few of them on the different ways to do ground breakers, just different things that I've done over the years. That way, if everything went to hell in a handbasket and no one had internet or whatever, if they had the book, they could still just make stuff. Your cat you made in the mold. Molds are fun though too. I mean, because you can mold. Like you can take paper clay and press it in the mold. It will dry. I did that one. This one came out of a silicone mold. That took forever for it to dry. But I've done mache clay in like a plastic mold just to test it. Like I have got this half. I've got this half mold thing I bought from, it's a skull. I bought it from Walmart. And I think it's actually a Jello mold. It was plastic. It's like a bendable, flimsy plastic. And I took that and smashed clay down into it. And that one dried up faster, probably because there was more surface area open to the air than what I had with this other one. And it turned out pretty good. And then I've taken some plastic skulls before, and I've cut the backs off the skulls, just playing around, seeing if I can do it. And I've pressed clay into the front sides of those skulls and molded. I think I even got one in here. Yeah, let me look. I've molded skulls to do different things with, like that. Now, of course, never sold anything because it wasn't my mold. It wasn't my design. I just was cheating the system. Oh, sweet. So Rosanie's old stomping grounds are from New Orleans. Awesome. New Orleans is fun. I've been there a few different times. Pat says, I think K-12 schools will buy a book. How to video if geared at them. Yeah, I think so too. You're probably right. If I had more, Zena says, if I had more room to set up craft room, I would combine 3D printing with mache clay to create some stuff. We'll sell cosplay props. Right on. Yeah, those 3D printers all seem pretty cool. I've never bought one yet. I don't know if I ever will. I know there's certain instances that I would like to have a 3D printer for different things I do, not necessarily for my crafting side of things, but for different things that I do. Uh, but it always cracks me up when I'll watch YouTube videos on how to make something or whatever, and then they're like, "Yeah, well, just put this in just put this up in whatever." Uh, Whatever the program is to build it out, and then we just 3D printed it, and I'm just like, well, that's cool, but what about all the people who don't have 3D printers? That's kind of what's held me back with doing a lot of stuff with the airbrush. I know there's a lot of people out there that have airbrushes, but then there's a lot of people out there that don't have airbrushes. But most people can go to Walmart and buy a cheap setup of paintbrushes and some cheap craft paints. I'm going to try to stay in that realm a little bit. My YouTube channel name should have been Halloween on a Penny. Could not keep up with all the mask orders, and then the pandemic hit. Well, you're gonna have to send me some pictures of your old masks and things that you used to make. Rosalie, that'd be cool. I'd like to pick your brain. Yeah, the pandemic kind of screwed all kinds of things over. "3D printer prices are plummeting." Yeah, you're right, man. All that stuff is going down now. It's much more affordable. Your time to shine soon. Hey, I agree. Yeah, probably. I'm saying, yeah, probably. No one knows what I'm talking about. Pat said it. You got to have general build knowledge before you go tech. Yeah, I could agree with that. Rosani, my warehouse is actually two huge garage side storage units with high ceilings. Oh, nice high ceilings, concrete floors. Had to insulate part of it out, a pocket, and add AC. Rosani's got actual mask tutorials on her website. Hey, go ahead, Rosalie, and throw your website up on there. That way, if anybody here wants to go check it out, they can go check it out. I suggest you go, for one, go check out her channel. She's got some cool stuff on there. I think it's things you guys will find interesting. And if you do find it interesting, go check out her website. Oh, okay. So You've got the math tutorials on your YouTube channel. Okay, scratch that, on her YouTube channel. So go to, yeah. I saw some math stuff on the YouTube channel, and then I saw what was something caught my eye. What was that today? Before I was kind of looking at stuff while I was trying to get ready for tonight. Well, the first thing that caught my eye was your short on the stems, on the pumpkin stems. And I traveled back over the channel again, and then some kind of little mouse critter or something I saw. I didn't get a chance to look at the video. Like I said, I'm going to sit down and watch all the videos. As soon as this rush for Halloween is done. Man, this thing almost looks like, as I do this, the way these strips lay, looks like a mummy. Looks like I've made a pumpkin mummy. You do have a website, but my channel has more of the mask. Okay, so Rosani's got a website, and go check out her stuff. She's got the YouTube channel, and she's got the website. Go find out what it is and check it out. Well, says books be great. Zoni, I pulled up your dragon and liquid starch video. Watch it after the stream. Right on. Thank you. Appreciate that. The dragon video, that's like, there's not one full, like, there's not like one full video just goes on the dragon. There's like, when I built that thing, I had to do it like in weekly installments or whatever. And then I think maybe I tried to put a video together from start to finish. I can't remember. But check them out if you want to. They're not, I don't think they're the best videos in the world, but check them out. I need to put a better video together. Lloyd says, I'm trying to learn editing so I can do some videos and make them exciting. So roll with the pumpkin mummy. Yeah, probably should, Pat. That'd be pretty funny. Lloyd, yeah, editing's fun, but man, it can take for freaking ever too. And then like doing like I've got some of those little stop motion clips that are like or it does like the armature thing, and like the tape spills out the armature and all that stuff pulls away. Like I spent a day just making that little clip and putting that together so I could insert that into my videos. Same way with a deal that says paint or whatever, and those things go around. That was a day's worth of work just to get that done. And then anytime you see like in the videos where maybe I'm making things move or whatever, just you have to stop while you're building and think about how you're videoing, and then you got to just actually video. And that's the one thing it's taking me a long time to learn, is while I'm making stuff, thinking about how the video could be, and then be like, oh, I should probably stop this, and I should probably put the camera here, and then now I can, do this, that, or the other to get this angle, or I'm going to make this little stop motion segment, and so I've got to do this, and it making YouTube videos, not only does the editing take a long time, but when you're creating something like this and then you're filming that at the same time, it slows down your creative process because you have to stop and move cameras and film in certain ways or whatever. So it slows everything down. It makes making something a lot more work than just making something. Like if I had something interesting to talk about, just doing like podcasting or just carrying a conversation, those would be awesome and super fun to do. But I'm not that interesting. I don't have that many interesting stories, so crafting is where it's at. Oh yeah, Rosani, for sure. If I had I gotta cut more paper up. If I had someone that could edit for me, oh my gosh, that'd be amazing. Amazing. What are we? We're 3 hours into this thing. 3 hours and 5 minutes. Time is it for me? 10:30. I'm going to at least get these other two pumpkins done tonight. So I got 2 more sitting here, so that's 5 I will get done tonight. All those other ones. Up to you guys. I can end the feed now. You guys want to sit around and just hang out while I do these other ones. Cool. I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. We're always basically talking. I've just got to get. I want to stop and go to bed, but I've got to get. I've got to get headway on these. I got to get these things done. So I am going to continue on. If there's enough of you that want to stay and hang out and talk, I'll keep the feed going. If not, I'll stop the feed. Oh, that tore everything weird. Rosalie said, do what needs to be done. Pretend we're not even here. Okay, that should be enough to get me through these last two. I like the stem on that one, so we're doing him next. All right, well, we'll just keep rolling. There's 80 of you guys still hanging out here, so. We'll keep rolling until there's no one hanging out anymore. I guess here, you guys can watch me tear paper. How about that? Come back here. some of those are drying out over there, and it's kind of interesting. I like the way they look. Well, they look like these ones that my wife bought from Michael's a long time ago. Pat says, I'm not sure how much longer I'll last. Tired, headache just kicked in. Oh, dude, that sucks. You got a headache, bro. Hate headaches. Hey, I'm just glad you guys stopped by to chat while I'm doing stuff. If you have to bail, I understand. I will keep rolling on this a bit until I see the numbers just start dropping. And then once the numbers drop, I'll say goodbye to myself. And go to bed myself. But if I keep this up, I may be able to get to. I may be able to start claying next week. Oh, right in the trash can. Yeah, it's pretty thick, Lupin. I think what would work great, I've never tried it, I don't know how to get a hold of it, but you know that horrible brown paper you get when you're like, if you're at Walmart and you go to the bathroom and you go you got to dry your hands off and you get those brown paper towel things. I think that would probably work pretty good, but I've never come across any to try. I've also got a whole roll over here. This place, King Louis, here in Baxter, went out of business, and they had some different materials, different stuff, and my cousin's husband worked there. And there's a roll of, he says it's tissue paper. I don't really think it's tissue paper. But it's kind of like this, but it looks like it's a little lighter. But man, it's a huge roll. And if it works pretty decent, like I haven't messed with it yet, then that's an awesome supply of paper right there, because it's a big, like, industrial roll of paper. Pat says, no, I think I lost it. You should do a Bob Ross spoof on your channel. Well, I could probably do that on one of the videos. That'd be pretty funny. Lloyd has a dentist appointment first thing tomorrow morning, so we're going to lose Lloyd. It's pretty soon, 10:41. Yeah, Lupin, it is kind of interesting. It's kind of a pain. Sam's Club. Oh, dude, right. See, that's a good. I'll look. I've got a Sam's. Next time we're at Sam's, I'll look. See if they have that stuff. Dental appointments are no fun. Hey, Zeno, dude, thanks for being here and hanging out so long and chatting, man. Go give them snakes some food, dude, and enjoy the rest of your evening. All you guys are troopers for lasting this long. It was fun. Tonight was fun. So far, tonight has been tonight has been pretty freaking enjoyable. It's always fun when chats. And chat's busy and you guys are got things to talk about. Crack me up. All right. Oh, what we got? I got one stuck in here. How'd that happen? Well, let's go ahead and use it then. Surprise, surprise. Look at that. Maybe it's saturated enough that I can just force my way with this one. Boy, that didn't sound good. Oh, it sounds like there's a dog up to no good upstairs. I can hear one of them bouncing around up there. Pat says this is like a modified versions of Hunter's Hangout. Yeah, right on. That's one way to look at it. Rosani says, I just want to say thanks, Jay, for all that you do in creating awareness about our art form. It's good that you're relaxed in the live stream. Hey, Rosani, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of it. I appreciate the fact that you come, you talk, you give your bits of advice. You guys just watching and chatting always cracks me up. I love it. And then thank you for your support. You were one of the newer patrons, and I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, we got to try to keep this art form from being dead. You guys are awesome. You're all too nice. I appreciate all that. I appreciate you guys watching the lives, watching the other videos, and helping promote the channel. It means a lot. With all your guys' help and support and hitting the like button and commenting and stuff, maybe we can grow this channel to the biggest crafting channel on YouTube. That would be freaking awesome. And then we have a bunch of these OGs. Call this group, the original group, likes to hang out on these deals, the OGs of Unhinged Productions. are they doing up there? They sound like they're gonna fall through the floor. Hey, hey Mo, good night, dude. I'm glad you had fun. Take care. Have a good evening. Francis P. I just want to thank you for helping me use your techniques to make a burnt capon for a play call. Hey, awesome. I'm glad. It's always awesome that anything that I've put out there in videos, techniques have helped anybody do anything. So awesome. Thanks for watching. I'm glad that you found something useful in the video, Francis. Pat Bow, growing the channel's a plan. Yes, absolutely it is. Janet Schmeling, is that right? Schmeling? God, I probably butchered that. I've got 3 little pumpkin minions in the making. Oh, that's awesome. I've been watching you for about 4 years. Thanks for all your share. Oh, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here for 4 years. That's great that you got 4 of those little dudes in the making. That's awesome. Let's do it. Grow it. Whoop whoop. Yeah, Rosanna, you're awesome. Pat Bow says, I always suggest you an ultimate paper mache to people who ask. Yeah, gosh darn it. Joni's got some awesome stuff over there. She's talented as well. And she's got a lot of good information too. I need to get back with her. She reached out to me a few years ago and asked if I would write up kind of a blog spot for her blog on the Halloween side for things, and just kind of life got in the way. I wasn't able to do it. I feel bad. I should probably reach out to her again and see if she still would still want to do that. I reached out to one of there's a few people that I really liked back in the day, just blew my mind, and were big inspirations for me. Halloween was always a big inspiration for me. I really like his work. I try not to copy any of it, but then also Dan Reeder. He's the original person to make the dragon heads on YouTube. And Dan put out a couple books too. And his stuff has always been super cool. I reached out to Dan a couple weeks ago. I was trying to see if I could set up like an interview with him or something, like a kind of like a podcast interview or whatever. He got back with me. It was just, or no, a collaboration. I should have probably just did an interview thing. I hit him back up again because I was talking about doing a collab with him, where maybe he started something or I started something with the mache project and sent over to him, and then he finished it up, or vice versa. I thought that'd be fun to do. But he said he's got so much going on that he'd be afraid to commit to something like that. But I wonder if he'd be up for an interview type of thing. That might be fun too. He's super nice though. Anytime I've reached out to him, he's always responded. Dan's made some awesome things. And he runs on Facebook Wise. If you guys are on Paper Mache on the Wild side, that is Dan's group on Facebook. Yeah, Rosani, right? A collab with Dan would be freaking amazing. Just Joni, yeah, she's genuine too. I like that. Dan the Dragon, man, that's great. Oh yeah, we could do some kind of challenge. Oh, you want me to get a challenge with the one that's yeah, well, it sucks. I'd like to do another challenge with him, but I don't think I'm going to have him back around here until Christmas time. We could do a couple of challenges. I'd like to do some kind of challenge with patrons, and then do some kind of challenge with the viewers. I just got to get past. I got to get past Halloween. This facade is what's going to take up most of my energy outside of these Monday Night Lives, and I want to get that together and done. So, because that's been totally funded by Patron, and I want to get that done. I don't want to let those guys down. I don't want to have started that project and then it fail because I couldn't get it done or ran out of funding or whatever, when those guys have been supporting for all this time. So I've been working on it pretty much every single day since last weekend when I bought materials. And I'm out of materials. I still got to spend like another probably 250 bucks, something like that. Didn't get enough stuff to make the roof sections with, so I got enough stuff that I was able to make all the walls and things and stuff like that. So I've got to get some more wood and some more foam to do the little roof sections, half roof sections. Yeah, a lot of that would be fun, like doing a challenge with Joni or whatever, bring her in. It would be fun to do something with some of these other creators out there that everybody follows. If I could kind of team up with them, or even a collab with her would be fun too. The deal is to figure out how to do the collab, right? It's like I've seen a few people do collabs, like different artists with different artists, where one artist starts something and then the other artist finishes it. Those are always fun to watch. I've seen different, like Jazz has done that with different people and stuff before. And that stuff's kind of neat. So it'd be fun to do something like that. I'm not exactly sure how to. I should probably reach out. To her, see if she'd be interested in it, and then we could, after Halloween's done or whatever, and then maybe we could figure out what we could do. I'd like to reach out to Scott, but I never have. He's another one that would be fun to do something with. That would be cool. Rosani's asking if I ever got students from high school. The closest I ever got was I've had the high school art teacher come out here on Halloween a couple times with his class, and we just kind of discussed some of the things I've done, some of the techniques or whatever. But I've never done a class, and I would like to do I think it'd be fun to do. I would like to do like some local classes or whatever. I keep trying to talk Carrie and let me do one now that we got this big craft table down here, but she's like, I don't know if I want a bunch of strangers in the house, and I kind of get that as well. If I had a building or a bigger garage, something where I could do, it'd be fun to do like some local classes, right? Where come in and make pumpkin or whatever. So much, whatever. I guess $100 for a class. So just supply all the materials. They show up, and then the class would probably have to be like 3 to 4 weeks long, and just one night out of the weeks or whatever, and then could build whatever, and then when they're done, they've got a pumpkin or something. That'd be fun to do. I just don't have a building. Well, I kind of do, but I don't. Be nice. Rosanna, it'd be great if you live closer where you could give me a hand to help figure out how to do some of this stuff and do classes and things where can monetize this all in a way to where this is what we did. Indiana. Who is that? I've seen Indiana do a collab with another crafter. They each do similar project and then add a link to. Oh yeah, like I've seen some do like that too, where they had like a certain theme of something they were going to make, and then each one did their own certain take on it. Yeah, and then they link to each other's channels. I've seen that too. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. I also thought it would be fun if you had enough, like if I could find enough mache creators out there to do like there's one guy I kind of watches called 1000, and so he's an artist, does a lot of drawing and stuff like that. And then I don't know if you guys know who Bobby Duke's art. He's pretty funny. He does a lot of sculpting and things, but he did a 1000 started an art collab where he started this painting and sent it off and went from one person to another, and then finally came back to him at the end where everybody just kind of added their own thing to it, which is pretty neat. I think it'd be cool to, if I knew enough different mache creators to like start an armature. Like let's say it would have to be something along this size, so shipping wouldn't be too bad. But let's say an armature for a pumpkin that sent out and went to someone else, and then they did something to it, right, and took it in a certain direction, and then they shipped it off to someone else, and then that artist got a hold of it and did something else to it until it finally came back as this finished piece, and whatever that finished piece was at the end. That could be pretty interesting too. Yeah, let me see if the local church had room. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Pat is using a community building. We got a community center here. I just got to find out how much it costs to rent a night. Could do that and then figure out how to transport everybody's wet projects back over here so they can dry. See, that's where if I had a big studio, like an actual studio in a building or like a warehouse, like Rosani's got. Then when people made stuff, we don't have to worry about transporting it. It can stay there, it can dry. But you're right, as far as being able to see, and then in Joplin's kind of a bigger town closer to us. And they just opened this whole new art center thing. I need to go up there and find out what that thing's all about, because I've heard that different artists do classes and things like that. I should go find out what that's all about. Because that would be the, like, if I'm really going to be super honest about things, even, making the YouTube channel bigger, better, and all that, the prime location would be for me to find a place in Joplin. Joplin's about a 15-minute drive from me. They've got an actual, like, this little town's only got about 5,000 people in it. Joplin's a lot different. But being able to find a building like downtown there that could be rented out to where I could use it for my YouTube studio, and then doing like actual classes for true locals and stuff, and then be able to still use that, have everything set up there to do YouTube lives with and do the YouTube videos with and all that different stuff. Besides, like when I was actually working on the yard and be home filming, that would be the key. But the problem is, the biggest thing is, first of all, I need to build a big enough following where I could financially afford to do something like that. Oh, there's stuff's falling out of my pumpkin. I was wondering what it is. It's still parts of the it's still parts of the balloon. A summer paper mache camp at a campground. That could kind of be cool. I wonder how many people would be willing to do a camp like that and actually stay at a camp for like a week. Working on stuff, and then would they be what would they be willing to, what's reasonable to charge for something like that? It's a super cool idea, though. Oh, I got an itch. My ear, my hands are all gross. But man, that would have drawbacks too, right? Because the biggest thing I've learned with drying mache, you really don't want to set this stuff out in the sun. You really, especially like if you use the balloon as an armature, man, you set that out in the sun, it gets too hot, expands, breaks, cracks, whatever, that type of stuff. And then if you didn't use a balloon, then the only other thing you got to worry about is outside is the humidity. The more humidity is in the air, the longer it takes to dry. That's why I don't ever take any of my stuff outside. It all stays inside because the AC is running and your air conditioner pulls the humidity out of the air, pulls all that moisture out of the air. So I leave it inside and I put a fan over it, let it run. I should buy a dehumidifier for down here would be even better. The stuff would dry up even faster. Yeah, library wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm playing at about the same time that Alan does his. And then everybody's going to Alan's. And he gets a pretty good turnout for his monster camp, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't talked to anybody. I wonder how long his camp is, or whether it's a week or whatever. Then I wonder if it's just what people do. Surely they're just book a hotel room or whatever. You guys are full of ideas. Of course, it's all work. Absolutely. But I mean, the end goal is to monetize this type of thing to be work. Well, it doesn't bother me to be on TV. But you probably have to advertise it on TV. That could be expensive. Not afraid of the camera, however. 4 people, 4 of you guys are still here. 3 hours and 43 minutes into this, and I'm getting pretty quiet. And there's still 4. You guys got my brain just kind of going. Francis, you mean for locals, for like local people or whatever? Doing a presentation how they're made, because that wouldn't be too hard to pull off. Because literally, almost every single thing in my yard, I have a video on YouTube. I am going to do a, since the yard has become a destination and there's so many kids that show up all the time, like hay rides and everybody's always coming to for the yard for Halloween. I am going to put together a video and put a thing out by the road with a QR code with a light on it, so if you're in the car, you can scan it. And I am going to put together a video explaining how, because I don't think most people around here even know I make everything. I think they think I buy it. So I think I'm going to do that with a video explaining how everything's handmade and kind of show a few things, some quick glimpses on how stuff was made, and about how most people around here, this has become a destination. There's some of them that have been coming since they were 4 or 5 years old. Now they're in their mid-20s. And it's kind of a tradition. I've heard people say it that it's kind of a tradition and be like, I've done this in this town for over 20 years. And just kind of lay it out in a nice way, be like, I never really, it's always free. It's going to be free to come here and see these things and get scared and do all this stuff. And if you would like to support your local hometown, Halloween show, give them a link to Patreon as little as just $2 a month, and you can help preserve this tradition. And then you also get the opportunity, if you watch the YouTube channel, to see me be a goober and watch how all this stuff is made. I've never tried to approach it. I've never tried to approach my YouTube on a local level, right? So I think I am going to put that together on a local level, see if I can get some of these locals that come here all the time, and they'd be willing to spend $2 a month or $5 a month on Patreon just to make sure that Halloween happens each year, because we get lots. This is truly, for around here, this is a destination everybody looks forward to. I've already got townsfolk talking about it right now, asking me if I'm going to be setting up, and I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm just working on a big project right now. And then I don't know, maybe if I did that, I might drive some more local interest, and then people might want to learn. I want to have classes and things like that. I could turn into some different stuff. One thing, and just one little leap at a time, just trying to figure out how to do it all. I've done the donation box before. I got a little bit. But I almost think that the patron route will be better. I think more people will be willing just to go locally here to go and say, yeah, I'll pitch in $2 a month or $5 a month to make sure that this is free for all the kids. I think so. And then I had, talk about TV, I had 3 years ago, I had one of the local news stations get a hold of me, and they wanted to do, it kind of fell apart. They saw my YouTube channel, came across it, and they wanted to do something in the morning on their morning show to do kind of like a mache class or something, or how to make a pumpkin. And part of it's my fault that it fell apart, because I couldn't figure out, those morning shows, those are quick little shows. And I guess it would have been better to had like an armature stage, and one of them that was past the armature stage and already kind of half built. So you just kind of explain it and show it along the way. Let the person get their hands dirty a little bit. But I couldn't quite figure out how I would do it and do it fast enough for them to, and that's my fault for not being able to come up with better ideas. And it would have been, I think, now that I think about it, it would have been just as easy just to had, start an armature and then once that dries and have that dry stage and then be like, you move on to this, and then have that ready to go. And then you got your clay stage and then show, one and have another one ready for, what would be paint or whatever. That might have been a smart way to do it. Patron is my local PBS. YouTube is brought together by viewers like you. Whoops. Okay, I got one more of these I'm going to knock out and I'm calling it a night. I need to unplug this. Unplug this glue gun. It needs to start cooling down. All right, this is the last one. Last one, and I'm going to bed. It's 11:21. This is the longest live stream ever. I'm going to break the 4-hour mark on this thing, and I have never done a live stream for 4 hours. TV is going to be obsolete pretty soon with everybody's streaming and podcasts and YouTube and everything else. That's kind of like I had someone was talking to just someone else personally, and they were like wanted me to kind of explain what Patreon was to them or whatever. And I'm like, the easiest way for me to explain it, a lot of people who, if they're doing something else, like that doesn't require this much time to build things, it's easier to have extra content for them to put out. For me, it's hard to come up with that extra content till I got an editor or something, but I just try to explain it to them like this. I'm like, do you have cable? And I'm like, well, yeah. Or do you have HBO or Cinemax that you're paying for? Or do you pay for Netflix? Like, yeah. And I'm like, why do you pay for that? For just like a certain show that you like? Because you want to watch? Yeah, because I need access because I want to watch the show. I'm like, yeah. So basically, that's Patreon in a nutshell for YouTubers, right? You're out there, you like this channel, and you want it to go on. So you're basically saying, hey, I'm willing to pay you whatever, $2, $5 a month, whatever, however they get their stuff set up to watch your channel. That was the easiest way to explain it to someone who has no clue about internet stuff. Oh, this stem. I'm going to have to do some work with this stem later on because it looks terrible. I'll turn it into something, though, when we do clay it. Oh, Rosani, I was going to say the same thing. I can't believe you're awake and still here. Generally, you are off to bed a lot sooner. You've outlasted most of the guys that are here every Monday. Who's here? I know Pat's here, Rosati's here, so there's two others. Who else has got their eyeballs on this late at night watching this? And then the next question would be is have you been on here since I started this thing 4 hours ago? You know what? This one is strong enough on the side that I don't think I'm going to add this all the way down the side. I'm just going to do over the top here where I cut that and put that stem on. I don't really feel like this needs, that's pretty stiff. I'm not going to waste my time with this one adding too many layers. Those other ones over there that I haven't touched yet, there's a couple of those that are super weak and they're going to have to get the full Monty. So let's just, this one here, I'm just going to do around the stem and this. We'll stiffen this up. Lupin's still here. Holy cow, I thought Lupin was gone. Francis still here from Wyoming. Right on. Dude, yeah, I saw that, Lupin. You were right here at the beginning. It's funny. I'm sitting in the exact same chair. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. I'm sitting in the exact same chair that I was last night. In the exact same room, except last night I was jumping through hoops trying to get a YouTube short out. It was pretty frustrating there, though, for a little bit when I was like, couldn't get that thing to work on my phone. And then I was like, oh, I can't find the music now. And I'd already like edited everything to that music. And I was just like, really? Like, all I wanted to do was make a short universe. That's all I wanted to do. Oh, I've got one short. You guys, I don't know who, I can't remember who does it, but there's this, it's a talking thing. It's one of my favorite things. It's kind of a creepy, I associate it with Halloween, but it's not really Halloween. And it's all like, it's like, what's he building in there? You know, it's got this music. What the hell is he building in there? He's got subscriptions to those magazines. That thing is, I love that. It's kind of this creepy, kind of like I miss some of those old style stuff where it just kind of tells stories. Even some of the old music, this is going to blow you guys away. Because when I was a kid and parents and stuff, old songs like Big John, Big Bad John, you know, where they tell a story in the music. That stuff is super cool. And like today, I'm such a goober, just outside working on the facade, and I've got Halloween party radio music off of Pandora. So I listen to a lot when I'm doing Halloween stuff. That channel, when I'm listening to it, you'll get like Ghostbusters, and you'll get like the Monster Mash will come on, and a lot of Nightmare Before Christmas stuff too, and just a mix of a bunch of different stuff. And puts me in my happy place with the happy trees. There's no mistake. Yeah, I should do a Bob Ross spoof. that thing's stout enough. I don't need to cover that. I want to cover that, but there's no point in covering the whole thing. It's a waste of time because that's stout. So I'm not going to cover that. I'm going to wash my hands off though on my deal over here. So cool. Audio quality was good tonight. That's awesome. This I'll have to show you guys this mic here in just a minute. That was a completely surprise gift from my brother. Now all I need to do is get a wireless Bluetooth mic for my phone. So when I'm outside or something, I can clip it to my shirt and get better sound quality. I think that's the number one thing I know when it comes to YouTube videos is the sound quality is horrible when I'm talking and stuff. So I think that's a big improvement that I could do that probably help views and all that stuff at the same time. Okay, where are we at? Rosani says, might have been the caffeine drinking Coke after 7 p.m. Yeah, that's what's keeping her up. Pat, check with county fairgrounds, and you have a class at a building, likely a campground is close. That's not a bad idea. A Christmas project that might go over well. Be a nativity scene. Yeah, but I would rather make like Santa Claus or whatever. I like the magic side of that stuff. Rosanna says she likes that kind of motivational Halloween music. Man, me too. Yeah, an outside mic that can handle the wind would be a lot better. But check this thing out. So this thing is a Shure or whatever that is. But like, I don't know if you can see the lights, but I mean, that thing lights up when I talk and stuff. And so you can adjust gains and do different things or whatever. That's a pretty cool mic, man. I don't know what. I don't have any idea what he paid for, but it's an actual mic. Like it's got a deal. It needs to go on a boom, like it's got a big screw on the bottom of it. Look what I did. I didn't have any. I got to buy an actual mount for it, but I taped it to this stand, right? So I could just use it for now because these little things are too small. But I'll get a stand put together for it because it's pretty cool. I like it. It's kind of neat. It makes me think I should be doing podcasts, but I don't know what's talking about on podcasts. So we're not doing that. We're just doing this. Yeah, it was an excellent present, dude. Absolutely excellent present. And that's the one thing I'm going to be able to learn here soon. When I edit this next video for the facade out there, I've done that one in a way where I can do the I'm bringing back the minion voices and stuff for the next one, so it's going to be fun. So I'll record all of those. I'll record all that audio with this mic. So then when I lay that audio down, that'll be I'll be able to notice the difference right then. So what, Rufus? Do you really need to go outside or something? All right, I got a dog that thinks he needs to go outside at midnight. So I'm going to take him out. Redneck Engineering, absolutely. It does work, though. It's so funny. It cracks me up. You guys have been here for 4 hours. You guys are troopers. But I'm going to call it good tonight. I got this big dog. He obviously needs to go outside for some reason. I don't need him peeing and pooping in the house. So I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to let him out. And I'm going to get myself to bed, too. I got a busy day of no service calls tomorrow That's scary. So I'll either work on I'll probably wind up working on the facade some more tomorrow. But I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for being here, and hopefully, I'll see you guys in the comments this weekend because there should be another video coming up. And then I'll see you guys next week, next Monday, and hopefully I'm claying these things instead of doing this. So thanks for being here, guys, and I appreciate everybody had great ideas tonight. Try to get this thing together, and we'll grow this YouTube channel together too. Make it fun, make it huge. And you guys were the first ones here. Good night, everybody.